Our judge today is Dan Hogue. He's a native of Illinois. He received his bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Illinois in animal science. As a student, he was a member of the meats and livestock judging teams. His passion for judging didn't end there, as this is his 45th year of teaching and coaching the livestock judging team at Blackhawk College in Kewanee, Illinois. Mr. Hogue is no stranger to the Lone Star State. He strongly believes that each exhibitor is an important part of every show and capitalizes on staying positive with the exhibitors and their cattle. He considers judging at Rodeo Austin a great honor and is looking forward to working with the youth of Texas. Give Hogue a round of applause. We'll go ahead and call Class 2 British to the holding arena. Class 2 British to the holding arena. As a reminder, the top 3 steers in this class will need to take a picture by the backdrop after the champion drive. This will be the second call for Class 2 British to the holding arena. This will be the last call for Class 2 British. Class 2 British to the holding arena.
Test.
Good morning, everyone. Certainly a pleasure to be back here with you again this year. And once again, as we continue to get warmed up a little more out here, we'll share lots of thoughts and lots of comments with you as we did a year ago. And it's really important to understand that as we get started here in this British division, we have such a variation in weight, and I've chosen to kind of mix and match here a little more than maybe I would have from a weight standpoint as we begin our show, but I'm simply really studying these cattle right now from the standpoint of in relation to their weight, their body volume, as well as their natural musculature. This is a hard class to put together. They come in, as you folks all know, from lightest to heaviest, and this was a pair of our heavier steers within our class, and undoubtedly the power steer is the Angus steer that we start with here, just in terms of natural spread, natural body width, and he's got a tremendous rib shape in him. He is a little full on that left side this morning that we'd like to take away, but giving him the benefit of the doubt from that standpoint, just a basic, heavily muscled Angus steer that should really take a large quantity of muscle, I believe, in the end. The steer that I really appreciate is a steer in second from the standpoint of his tremendous length. He's a very muscular handling steer, and in my mind, for a Hereford steer, has enough muscle. When you study him out of the backside of his blade, down his top, and back through his hip and stifle, I'd like to just flex that rear passion a little differently, and then just give him a little more center body depth. I want to give the young man here just a bad time, so to speak. And, I tend to do this a lot on the mic, but when he went to the scale, he turned to someone in the crowd and said, second, kind of shrugged your shoulders, and you got to believe in your cattle. I'm just having fun with that here. Really a smooth, long patterned steer. I told the young lady here that pound for pound, this steer is shy of being an 11-weight steer. Pound for pound, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best steer in the class, simply from the standpoint of body proportions, muscular shape. But as I said to her in the lineup while we're waiting for the first two to weigh back, is the fact that he's not even at what I would call a remarkable weight yet. One of these Red Angus steers, it just maybe didn't go ahead and feed and expand and explode from the standpoint of natural body weight. But compositionally, that one is really, really good. Had a nice visit, and we're going to move along a little faster now. Nice visit with the young lady here with the odd tail or switch, and we're trying to understand what really did happen to this Angus steer, and we aren't really sure yet. But you study that steer in terms of his front assembly, how that blade is laid in him. He comes out of his chest floor into his lower body cavity extremely well, has a nice muscular turn to his top and handles very smoothly. He just falls out of balance, needs a little more right here through his center and lower quarter, maybe a little more tail setting down there through his twist, going to give him a little different balance perspective. Here's just a sound, basic, problem-free steer. Got some kill value in him from the standpoint of his market readiness. Has ample amount of muscle as a Red Angus steer. Just want to tie him together, stouten him up at the ground, give him a little more bone work to work off of here. Another very lean, very muscular steer in terms of our Hereford calf. Coming by, want to drop his body down, want to just change him off of those rear two. We have a little more natural rib shape and turn in the lighter colored steer here. He doesn't bounce up quite as correctly, a little plainer, not quite as fresh about his front end. We just want to give him a little different kind of a set there in his pin, back off his hind legs. Next, this calf coming by, really good in terms of his rib shape. Want to change those rear legs. The next steer coming by, I love his foot size, love his bone. Gets a little bit awkward in how he's assembled up through his shoulder and into heart and forerib. Told the young man with the black calf here, really a nice steer from a feeding quality standpoint. Want to just take that tail head, put it back in him, then just strengthen the steer's top line. Little staler steer here, a little tight and rigid in his undercarriage there. The young lady is showing right here. The steer's good on the top side. And then our final pair of steers here just full out of muscle from that standpoint. The calf here, the black calf, once again, got some topside shape. Just want to accommodate that shape with a little more strength and substance at the ground, changes movement there. Then one of the really, really good steers from a top line standpoint is a Hereford steer. He just runs out of natural body width and feeding quality. And then one of the lighter steers in the class, it just doesn't have, gets a little staggy and stale looking about his front end, really tight in the center and lower part of his body cavity. Tough class to put together as we begin. I'm certain we will certainly level out and have a great second British class here, and then we're going to name us a champion. Thank you very much.
Here's the results for Class British. In first place, Linda Farmer from McLennan County 4-H. In second, Tyler Allen from Schulenburg FFA. In third, Bailey Logan from Graham FFA. In fourth, we have Rainey Binky from Somerville FFA. In fifth, we have Cindy Hunter from Zephyr FFA. In sixth, we have Laramie Glover from Falls City FFA. And in seventh, Abby Grace Franklin from O'Donnell FFA. Eighth, Victoria Sullivan from Bullock County 4-H. Ninth, Ronnie Johnson from Pilot Point FFA. And in 10th, Sutton Davis from Bear County 4-H.
What's the deal with the substitution? Well, it'll be alright. You have to about 17. And then it'll be fine.
Garrett, when each class comes in, make sure you announce that weight range. That way Dan knows without having to ask.
The weight range for this class is from 1299 to 1457. We'd like to take the time to thank some of our sponsors throughout the day. One of our sponsors for the Austin Steer Show is Holt Cat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. We rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas. This will be the first call for Class 3 Shorthorns to the holding arena.
Very nice class we have out here in the second of our British class, as we say. And when you equate all of the differences in the cattle and then you ask yourself their priorities of place market cattle, and once again, as a market steer judge, you never know what the economic value is on structural quality, but at the same time, that's what really drives my decision in this final round here of these British steers, because undoubtedly the steer with the skeletal quality, the young lady steer right here, in terms of his angles, in terms of where the neck sets on the front side of that shoulder, really a nice top line steer, very fresh in his look, up at the top of his neck there and back through his body, and a good steer from the standpoint of handling quality. No, he's not the heaviest muscled cattle in here, and I would like to give him just more terminal look when you step right in behind him, back from hook to pin there and right through his stifle. But in terms of balance and where we want to be, so often as show judges, by late tomorrow afternoon, you never know what's coming. But at the same time, if we can set our pattern early, and we do so in starting with this one, then we're good to go. I really like the Red Angus steer in terms of his just natural spread up high, a great handling steer. He has the advantage of width from hooks to pins over the steer we start with, and is certainly a little thicker stifled steer. From the profile, I like the top side of his body. You get down to the lower part of his body cavity there, drops a little more chest plate out of him there. We just need to clean up that underline ever so slightly. Not quite as correct in his angles, but certainly from a market cattle perspective, he's more than sound enough to be second in this really good class. I love the natural fleshing ability of the steer that we have in third, long-bodied steer that really has a tremendous amount of feeding utility to him. When you watch this steer go right away from you, you're amazed as to how wide he is at the ground, and really a stout, thick kind of a steer in terms of his hip. We just need to take off some of that subcutaneous fat, change him from a compositional standpoint. Of the first three, he's going to be at the greatest disadvantage when we talk about boneless yield. The next steer in line is one that I marvel at the young lady, and the young lady's steer here, and I told her, I said, for a 15-weight cattle, this steer has really held his composition together extremely well. In terms of, you look at him, lower part of his body cavity, just a little concerning where we set there on that hot carcass weight, and from that perspective, going to use him where he did. No, he's not quite as attractive up through his head and neck, shoulder as maybe those first three, but at the same time, that steer has really put on pounds, done it what appears to be efficiently, and to an extremely heavy weight, and stayed very acceptable. Really nice pattern steer. You can take them on out here. Just want to give this steer more heart, more boldness there right behind his shoulder. Get this next steer in line. I told the young person here, really a thick, good when he goes right away from you, gets a little soft to the touch, a little plainer handling steer with the Hereford steer the young man's leading there. Want to just lay that shoulder on top of his blade there, on top of his rib a little differently, but a long-bodied sound steer. Next steer in line, Hereford steer going out, gets a little soft in his top line, little protrusive there in his shoulder. Young man's black steer, want to change him at the ground structurally. Really a lean steer. He's got a little more fill than we'd like this morning. Spoke with the young lady, does a nice job with the scourge steer showing, just really wants to come apart. Condition or composition really concerns me with the light colored steer. The dark red short mark steer here gets a little tight in his rib, and just want to soften him there. The young man's steer, long mark steer going out next to the final steer here, one that just really wants to come apart in his top line. Love the steer's foot and bone, just want to tie them together from a show steer perspective. Told the young man here with the final steer, just not moving right off of that rear leg today, and just not to change him from a structural standpoint. Tough class to put together, but a good set of steers on the upper end.
That concludes our second and final British class. In first place, Taylor Turner. In second, Marcus Tolliver from Runnels County 4-H. In third place, Michael Tropey from LBJ Johnson City FFA. In fourth place, Brooke Kelly from Ellis County 4-H. In fifth place, Colin Barton from Nueces County 4-H. In sixth place, John Paul Lopez from Wall FFA. In seventh place, we have Rhett Kelly from Poth FFA. In 8th, Hannah Garcia from Westbrook FFA. In 9th, Tyler Rivera from Westbrook FFA. And in 10th, Maggie Luton from Bexar County 4-H. Give them a round of applause. We'll now get going with our champion drive for British.
As we bring our British division, I know we have Shorthorns next, but the Angus, Red Angus, and Hereford divisions to a close, I offer my personal congratulations to the exhibitors. And once again, as you start any event, and this is a 2-day event, as we say so often, one never knows what's going to come through that gate down there. And then in terms of putting together a set of cattle that in the end that we have some commonalities of kind, some commonalities of structural quality, and certainly keeping composition and muscle and a very high priority in the end. But at the same time, as you go from breed to breed, division to division, you can only judge what is brought to you from the standpoint of putting classes together, as well as putting divisional champions and reserves together. I don't need to walk these cattle anymore. We only had the 2 classes. Watch them come back out here, know their strengths and weaknesses. I offer my personal congratulations to each of the exhibitors and thank all of those in this division. But I think without a doubt, to me, I'm most comfortable with the pair of steers that come out of the 2nd class here. That means that your Hereford steer and your Red Angus steer are going to be your British champion and reserve. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And the champion British goes to Taylor Turner from College Park FFA, and reserve goes to Marcus Tolliver from Runnels County 4-H. This is the last call for Class 3 Shorthorn. Just a reminder, any non-champions that place, so that'd be the top 3 from the past 2 classes, y'all need to take a picture in front of the backdrop and then take your calf directly to the truck. Just to point out another one of our sponsors, we'd like to thank AFP, Austin Foam Plastics. Casts the live auction on the big screen presented by AFP. As well, you can catch the show online at rodeoaustin.com. Just go directly to that page and click on the RATV button. Is that correct? This will be the first call for Class 4 Shorthorn to the holding arena. Class 4 Shorthorn to the holding arena. This will be the last call for Class 4 Shorthorn. Class 4 Shorthorn to the arena. Just to make an announcement, we'll take a later lunch break today. We'll do that after the ABC division concludes. We project that to be anywhere from 1 to 2 p.m. Just to let everyone know, we'll have 2 sell from this class as well as the second class of Shorthorns. We need the third place steer from both the first and second class to head to the truck. If you haven't taken your picture already, you need to do so and then take it directly to the truck.
guess I could do it with a mic. Mic test. Each of our first and second place steers out here in the first of our two shorthorn classes out here, ladies and gentlemen, they bring differences to the table that we like in every regard. They're simply the bulk steer, the steer that has the most bone, the most mass, and you get up on him, certainly comes out of his blade with just more power. He's a bigger, thicker back steer, stouter in his hip, but most importantly, when you put these cattle at the profile, his depth of heart and rib and is more in line with his chest, floor, and body. You step in front of these two steers, and the steer we start with, he simply has that shoulder laid on his rib cage a little more correctly. Now, the long pattern steer that's really lean handling and has a great touch to him is the steer in second. He's a little nicer neck steer up through the neck in terms of the top of his neck and down through his chest floor in terms of cleanliness. Doesn't set his shoulder on his skeleton quite as correctly. Doesn't come off of his hind leg possibly quite as true as does the steer we start this class with. I just want to drop his flank down, give him a little different kind of a balanced look when we put him at the profile. Thin-heighted, really good to the touch. Muscular. The other muscle steer in our class comes to us in third. He's one that I said to the exhibitor, love his foot, love his depth of heel, his bone and skeleton. He wants to plane up a little more, doesn't keep his freshness up to the front part of his body, and when you handle this steer, doesn't handle quite as good to the touch. Gets outside of himself on that hind leg. You can see that the longer the class wears here on his right hind, he's not coming off of that quite as well. I spoke with the young man here with the white steer, superbly presented, really a nice profiling steer. I just said to the young person, I said, when I stand in front of him and watch him just turn and go away from me, he doesn't give us enough of a market cattle, just power look, a little flatter through his forearm, really wants to close in his quarter, but at the same time, the top side of that steer is really, really good in terms of his height, in terms of his handle. Then we come to the other end of the spectrum here, got a very square built, very thick and chunky steer, as we would say. At the same time, this steer gets just a little fat, a little more past his ideal in terms of subcutaneous fat, doesn't handle quite as fresh. Love his pin set, pin width, love his rib shape and body depth. The next steer going by, the dark red steer, once again, long pattern, gets just a little flatter in his shape as we study him. From one end to the other, spoke with the young lady with the red and white steer, doesn't bounce up as correctly, like to change him in terms of his rear leg structure, but at the same time, that steer's got some top. The lighter roan steer, really good in terms of his natural shape up high, just doesn't match with his width underneath, wants to be a little more refined in his bone work and skeleton. The young man's solid red steer at the move, he comes together quite well. Put him at the stand and he'll want to come apart behind his shoulder. We just need to redesign that front end. The red and white calf coming out is one that has some natural width of skeleton, a little lighter weight calf in this class. It doesn't have quite the freshness from his 13th rib back. Then the young lady spotted up red neck steer we really like from when he's at the stand and like his top side. We don't have enough foot and bone to accommodate his frame size. Wants to be just a little rigid on his pasture and on all fours. The red and white flank steer going out, one that's got some length of pattern. Want to just give him a more natural muscle shape and spoke with the nice young man here. That closes our drive simply from the standpoint. Steer possesses some length of body. He's fed well. Just didn't stay together from a structural perspective.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes Class 3 of the Shorthorn Division. Congratulations to Chris Kellermeyer in first place from Wall FFA. Second, Mason Meyer from Comfort FFA. In third, Ian Hightower from Friendship FFA. In fourth, Cage Schuler from Burnett FFA. In fifth, it's Caitlin Nix from Midland County 4-H. In sixth, we have Kyle Barton from Nueces County 4-H. In seventh, True Schroeder from Milam County 4-H. In eighth, Morgan Teakin from Proth FFA. In ninth, Ethan Bredemeyer from Runnels County 4-H. And in 10th, Emma Wetz from Canyon Lake FFA. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Shorthorns. Our weight range for this class is 1270 to 1530. This will be the first call for Class 5 Brahmins. This will be the second call for Class 5 Brahmins. Class 5 Brahmins to the arena.
Right, they're not in that order, but it's
That's right. Okay, it's on. Okay. All right.
Once again, as we bring the second of our two shorthorn classes to a close here, we've got some give and take. And when we talk about the steers that I'm going to mention here in 2, 3, 4 on down, and that from that standpoint, to me, there was no question once I saw a particular steer come in the ring, and they can bring those other steers around. But the steer I'm starting with, the young lady steer right here, standing behind. So move him up front, if you would, please. Once again, here's the balanced steer at this weight. I think this steer is a high 13 weight cattle, really handles his weight extremely well. When you study this steer in terms of it just as he comes out of the top of his shoulder, his pin placement, his width out there through his hip, and then really proportional down through his lower leg there and stifle. I mean, this guy's a good kind of a steer. Gets a little plainer, I realize, up through his head and neck. Want to take a little bit of that crest away, but at the same time, as his weight in the shorthorn division, I really believe when you study this steer at the ground, he's a very good steer and very natural steer to start with. The steer in second, in my mind, follows him most closely in terms of kind, and by that I mean he's another nice neck steer from his shoulder back. I like his turn over his top. I really appreciate his turn to his quarter from a profile. Got some stifle expression there. I'd like to change him up through his shoulder there. He wants to come out at his point and elbow a little more than ideal, particularly when we put him at the stand as we're viewing him here now. But a good steer from a lean composition standpoint to me is these heavyweight shorthorns. We put them together. That becomes a priority also in my mind. In terms of just proportional muscle from his shoulder back, there's no doubt that the steer in third is unmatched in this class. It's from his shoulder forward or from that mid-rib forward, wants to be just a little coarser, more open in his shoulder. I'd like to change the shape and maturity of the look to his head and neck up front there. I really like to steer from a carcass composition perspective, as I said, from his shoulder back. A long-bodied steer that's got some feeding value to him comes here in third. Good-footed, good-boned steer, just doesn't bounce up quite as nicely. Like to take that tail head and pull it back and put it down between his pin bones somewhat differently. The steer handles far better than you might think, and he's a very wide hip steer. It's got some thickness. A little plainer steer to look at here. I told you to get on the outside of his hoof wall there. When he goes right away from me, just doesn't bounce up quite as correctly. A really powerful steer in terms of muscularity comes by us now. Want to change that front third just in terms of head and neck and crest. Take that away from him. Now we've got a good kind of a steer that runs out of muscle. You can see that he runs uphill from his chest floor back to his flank. We need to change that body line underneath. I spoke with the young lady with the 15-weight steer here. Once again, the steer's marvelous from a structure standpoint. To carry that kind of weight, stay that good compositionally, where he fits would be anyone's opinion in a class of this nature. I like him where he stands. The white steer runs out of muscle, like his quality, like his presentation, love his top line, just got to give him more power there where it really counts. And then the red and white steer, really a good steer from a rib and depth of body standpoint. Looks like he's responded to feed quite well, just doesn't balance up and doesn't give us that muscular look. The white steer coming by once again, nicely prepared, because it's so difficult to keep these white cattle clean as these exhibitors have done. Just doesn't have enough muscle when you study him up through his forearm and forequarter, taking back then through his hip and stifle. And the young man steer that closes, once again, no one likes to be in that position. I said a good kind of a steer from a length of body, got some weight to him that's going to really have some market value when he steps down on the scales. In a show ring setting, though, this steer gets a little weaker in his top line, just doesn't bounce up nor have the muscularity we need in the upper end of this class.
Congratulations to Sierra Martin. She wins Class 4 of our Shorthorn division. In second, we have Brandon Mochi Gumba from Falls City FFA. In third, we have Cutter Bland from Idalou FFA. In fourth, Taylor Moore from Roby FFA. In fifth, Kevin Stockman from De Leon FFA. In sixth, Clay Funderburg from Bangs FFA. In seventh, we have Michael Sider from Zephyr FFA. In eighth, Bailey Bowyer from Pleasanton FFA. In ninth, we have Charlotte Smalley from Idalou FFA. And in 10th, Hannah Griffin from Hayes County 4-H. Give these kids a round of applause. We'll now get kicked off with a champion drive of our Shorthorn division.
Believe me, I'm going to get this figured out before we quit in 2 days here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause. This is a tough sort out here. And here's why, because you never know, as we say, what's coming, and I'm always very, very honest with everyone on the microphone. So in the first class, you know, not knowing what's coming, I love our first lightweight steer, love his feet, love his angles, and just that center rib and center body look that he has is really, really good. I like his frame size, and his rib body depth fits his frame size, and so things fit there from that perspective. When you handle that steer, he's not quite as fresh, not quite as correct to the touch as I would like ideally, as we say, certainly very acceptable from that standpoint. You know, and he's not one of the really jerk-necked ones. Well, then you come back here to the steer that was second in that lightweight class, and once again, he's the one that's got that look and got that jaw line coming down there through his chest floor, and he's tremendous on top. Really a good handling steer. As I said in class, one to run uphill just a little bit there, back to his flank, and just his shoulder doesn't match his body depth and flank depth quite like I would like, but that's awfully good. So I say that. Then we come out and we bring our heavies out here. We have this class, and then here's a 1,370-pound steer that wins this class. And once again, very familiar with the shorthorn breed, and so I hope I can say this and not offend anyone. You know, as a shorthorn-based steer here, you know, this steer is pretty remarkable from the standpoint of his composition. Really smooth and fresh to the handle. Got a great top line in him. Got a superb pin placement and hook, and sets it in there very good with his tail head, and comes down to a very functional kind of a hock and hind leg, and he stays solid at the ground in terms of his hoof depth. You know, he's not one of these overpowering steers on a rib shape and muscularity up high, but once again, in this breed where he's good, he's really good. We follow him then in line in that second class with that calf down there that, to me, from a composition, from a structure standpoint at the ground, I thought was very similar to the one we start with here. So what's interesting about this is this, that the steer that I am about to name champion, maybe the one that's most like him, you know, stands second in another class. And so once again, there's always give and take, and I want to share that with the crowd here. Going to be my pleasure now to shake the hand of this young lady here, and you're going to have the champion shorthorn steer. Congratulations. And then reserve is going to be the first lightweight steer up here. Congratulations to you, both of you.
Congratulations to Sierra Martin from Mason County 4-H. She'll be your champion of the Shorthorn Division. And reserve will be Chris Kellermeyer from Wall FFA. Give him a round of applause. Now I'll be beginning Class 5 of the Brahman Division. The weight range in this class is from 1142 to 1549. Just as a reminder, those that make the sale but do not get named champion or reserve need to take their picture under the backdrop and then report back at the truck. This will be the first call for Class 6 ABCs. Class 6 ABCs start to report to the arena. Just as a reminder, we will sell 3 steers out of this class.
Mike. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our largest, if not classes in the 2 days here, and the choice was made by your show administration to only have one class, and I believe we have 11 or 12 cattle out here, and you can see that it's going to be really a good show. And I could say something and try to be humorous on the microphone here. It's a little tough out here sometimes, but at the same time, thus far, I think it's in our best interest, and I'll speak to the judge. How's that? It's in the judge's best interest, maybe from a safety standpoint, but also, we're going to get through this, and we're going to do it in a very stockman-like manner. We're going to dismiss these cattle at this time. The young man steer here just needs more rib shape, more muscle. I like the steer's soundness. When you step in behind him, he gets a little flat. Almost kept this young lady steer. Once again, like his top line, like his pin tail head, wants to be a little tighter in his rear pastern there. Give us that topside shape. The lighter colored gray steer here just needs to have more muscle from a meat animal standpoint. The next calf gets a little tight and is hard and a little fragile, like him at the ground. Next steer, a little plainer, a little heavier sheath steer, but got a nice top line in him, not enough muscle. Young lady's got a nice feeding steer here. The young man's got a nice feeding steer going out. Just simply need to give that steer a little fresher kind of a look. The tiger steer going by us now just doesn't have the foot and the bone work to match his body, a little plainer as we study him up high. The tiger steer here going by, one that I really like, his lines up high, got some turn to his quarter, just not enough footwork and bone under there to keep him, in my opinion, this very competitive class. The black calf, really like his top line, gets a little fragile, refined underneath. Smaller cream-colored steer here, just a little tighter in his movement out of his front end. We just need to see him get out of his front end and match his stride a little differently. The steer coming now is one that really is a very correct steer at the ground in terms of some slope and flexibility to his pastern and underpinning. Just need to put more meat animal shape on him. Likewise here, the next young lady steer coming by, one that gives us a nice outline in terms of some frame size and grow. Just doesn't read to me like one that's done especially well out here just in terms of feedability. Then the final calf here that Mr. Rathman is helping with here, really nice in his top line. This steer just needs more muscle when you step in behind him, when you put your hands on him as well. Obviously, we're not going to give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'm simply going to say a sincere thank you from the judge's perspective out here, and we'll go about placing this class. Stays in line, we'll keep you moving him up. Put your calf in 11th grade. He just isn't balanced enough. I like the calf. Put him down here, please. Then we'll bring your calf in. Bring him left. Down here. Start. Down here. Put him up. And the one right behind him, come in. Move them ahead. I want to switch these. You come ahead of this one. You're gonna be ahead of this one. Follow him. Good job.
I'm sorry.
We'd like to again take the time to recognize our judge. We're very pleased to have Dan Hogue with us today. Dan Hogue is a native of Walnut, Illinois. He received his bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Illinois in animal science. As a student, he was a member of the meats and livestock teams. His passion for judging didn't end there, as this is his 45th year of teaching and coaching the livestock judging team at Black Cat College in Kewanee, Illinois. Mr. Hogue is no stranger to the Lone Star State. He strongly believes that each exhibitor is an important part of every show, and he capitalizes on staying positive with the exhibitors and their cattle. He considers judging at Rodeo Austin a great honor and is looking forward to working with the youth of Texas. Give our show judge a round of applause.
Forward, please. Back here and next, please. Back here. Do that. Over again. Your steer comes in next, behind the black steer. Sit right there. Good. Okay, then we're going to use your steer in over here then next, please, followed by that one. How much are you selling? Like these three?
Punch a ticket to go over there and visit the rodeo tomorrow night. I think we'll have a lot more successful shows when we get in front of that audience.
You know, and did the young lady take me out?
We went ahead and dismissed the first two poultry.
Okay, yeah. I looked at it,
We dismissed two, the tiger strap steer, and the young lady was a different poultry. We got Kylie. And the other one, the Kylie was there.
that's when I seriously just could move them.
Yeah.
I mean, nice talk to you.
Yeah.
Here's a good scoop. Here's our friend here, pretty.
split it and have 2 classes and a few more cell holes. But that's not. But they go off like a rolling breeder average based on entries, and so they already want their sell spots set, so the auction committee is prepared.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So it's kind of unfortunate though, because you end up with a lot of cattle in this class, and it's very deep, and it's like very deserving cattle. You got to make it too.
Yeah, some of those, you know, that, I mean, those cattle weren't handling very well. I mean, they're good steers. Absolutely. I just don't know what it's like.
Yeah. That was the Halterbrook cattle. You still pretty good. That was my favorite comment, Dan, a few years ago.
I love that.
Years ago, just Edward. And I don't know that I was just, he was just in the Brahman heifers when they started doing. And they must have had half the class. There's 30 of them gals over there, they were heifer calves. And by the time we got done with it, the next one said, ladies and gentlemen, my class runner has everything I'm looking for in my ideal Brahman heifer. She's healthy good.
I bet they love it.
Yeah.
That's great. But now I see with Joe here, are there some things from Glenn also helping?
Yeah.
I tell you what, there's a boy was one of the 2 tigers here. He's a hand him. Now he's not going to win. This is on that. But anyway, that guy, he gets the steer gets a little narrow down to his lower chest. Kind of just a little too narrow front, and then he is he's fresh.
Yeah.
Good height, good height.
All right, ready?
Yep. Get on the center. Yep.
That's what I like.
I believe we're on. these steers out here, the first three steers, are in no specific order as yet. What I'd like to do, first of all, though, is pay a sincere thank you to all of the Brahman exhibitors out here. And I know that Dr. Rathman was just explaining to me that it's kind of preset that we are not able to split the class, and we have to bring all the Brahman steers here in one set. And I'm not of that at all. I'm simply saying that, you know, that's the way it had to be. And I assure you, even though I was born and raised in the state of Illinois, I think I may have said this last year, other than the Seed Stock Edge, there's only one other magazine I read cover to cover, and I even get it first class, and that's the Brahman Journal. And the breed fascinates me. Our students that were down at Houston last week and you know, went to V8 and went to Hudgens, they have a new appreciation for this breed, the base genetics, and how they work in this part of the country. And I'm telling you what, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a tremendous Brahman steer class. They chose to dismiss a couple of steers that are as good as any in this class, but simply made the decision in terms of how they were handling out here. And I'm not saying that the rest of our cattle may not come apart in a place or two, but I'm here to tell you that there's some good cattle that they dismissed also. I just chose from a safety standpoint not to use them especially high in the class. But once again, when I say this, I'm here to tell you also, don't take Brahman disposition away from this class. The cattle were feeling good. Some of them maybe weren't broke as well as others, but believe me, there's as many just quiet, quiet, easy to handle Brahman cattle as there are some that are a little tougher. So once again, last time I checked, I was raised in a Hereford cattle family, and they weren't very easy to handle either, and as mature Hereford cows. And so, believe me, there's no breed. What's that saying? There's more variation within a breed than there is between breeds in terms of different facets, and one is disposition. With that stated, great class out here. These three steers, to me, represent great midpoint cattle from the standpoint of just what they represent in the Brahman breed, but also just what they represent in this show here. I'm going to start with the young lady steer up here on this end. To me, this steer is an absolute beast when you just talk about his topside spread and power, his turn to his hip, the width through his stifle. And when I step in front of him, he looks like he's got some feature, looks like he's got some, and really yet he's good about his crest, lays into his shoulder, and the lower part of this steer's body cavity is really shaped right. His elbow sets in him, he comes out of his elbow into his lower rib cage, really, really good, and this is a tremendously good kind, in my opinion, of a Brahman steer, and it's going to be my pleasure to bring him back, tomorrow evening. How would you change him? Maybe gets a little deep there through his neck. If I could just pull some of that dewlap up and that throat latch, tighten him up there, just a nickel from taking his picture, then this guy gets awfully good. Second's going to be the steer back here that the young lady is holding. Once again, a steer that I can't get up on here late in the class. I think the activity in the ring really has him worked up. Another steer that gives you great balance when you step in behind that steer. I mean, his pin bone and tail head are laid in him right. His turn over his top is laid in him right. And that turn to his quarter and as it comes down to his hock, I think is really, really tremendous. And so is going to be your reserve Brahman steer, as we would say today. The third place steer is going to be the young man's steer here in the middle. And for those of you students that are here, and not that I know, but I have an opinion, you need to handle this third place steer over his loin edge. I mean, this guy has a hide and a subcutaneous fat cover and a fresh turn and muscularity up high that is second to none in this class. He gets a little flatter in his forerib, a little tighter down through his heart. And when I step in front of this third steer, he doesn't simply give you, he's a little longer faced and doesn't give me that power meat animal look that we talk about. We can say meat animal look, just that power we got to have in these steers. He gets a little softer in his pastern behind. Want to just stouten him up there. Three great steers. Take them on out. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they leave the ring. You go out. Yeah, you know what you're doing. In third, we have a very correct steer. I love this steer's disposition. Here you can see he's chewing his cut out here in the ring. A great footed steer, great line steer, a little thicker hided. quite as fresh as the others, doesn't have quite the spread in the center width of skeleton we have in those that precede him, and because of that he doesn't lay as much muscle shape up high, but that is a really practical, really good sound-footed kind of a steer. I really compliment this young man here, and never met this young man in my life, but from the standpoint of his attitude out here in the ring with this steer, and to visit with this young man about the steer, it's been a real pleasure for me because he's a super young man. Hope his parents or someone are listening because he did it right. I'm just going to let you walk on by. Just stop a minute. As the steer goes away from us now, this steer is tremendous in terms of his top shape, got a great height in him, really handles very muscular. He's a little green to the touch and a little green bodied, and you know, we got to have that all put together in him to move him up in class. When the class started, I thought this midpoint, dark brown steer was going to be a player. He still is an awfully good steer. Check out his neck, his throat, just where he sets in terms of the top side there. Got a great turn, got a great spread to his top. He's just simply a little staler. He's a little harder, staler to the touch. I think 30 days ago that steer could have really had a nice kind of a run. Why, he's got muscle, he's got the right kind of look. Then we bring a steer in here that really has some muscle up high. We can see that his bone work underneath doesn't match him there, and we just need to give him a little more of that. I like the depth of body, the looseness of structure of our steer going now that the young lady is showing there, next to the final steer we're keeping in here. He doesn't tie together quite as good for me in his top line, and we set him at the profiler when we put him in motion out here. Then the lighter tiger steer, once again, got a great top, handles tremendously well, just need to change this steer as he gets out of his front end, and as he tries to cover with his rear foot, falls short of meeting his stride. We had two good steers that left, a really good black steer that was getting away from a young lady, that when that steer sets up, he can play at a very high level, and then we had the young lady's tiger steer that when he sets up, he was really a good steer. He handled quite good, but he just really fell apart when he was pulling away from the exhibitor. Good class of cattle.
We're fixing to start the ABC. We need a break.
Congratulations to our champion Brahmin exhibitor, Kerrigan Ryan, and reserve Chelsea Tolliver from Runnels County 4-H. In third, we have Emily Alford from Burleson County 4-H. In fourth, we have Karina Ochoa from Andrews FFA. In fifth, we have Chloe Naglin from Medina County 4-H. In sixth, Case Clark from Carnes City FFA. In seventh, we have Kaylee Hill from Atascosa. Kaylee Hill from Splendora FFA. In eighth, we have Shelby McFarland from Santa Fe FFA. We have Ethan Isla from Atascosa County 4-H. And in 10th, Tori Adams from Atascosa County 4-H.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Is that breakfast, dear? Snickers?
Entering the ring now is Class 6 of our ABC division. The weight range for this class is 1,003 to 114. This will be your first call for Class 7 ABCs. Just as a reminder, for the remainder of the day, we will be selling the top 2 cattle from each class. This is the last call for Class 2 ABCs. Last call.
As we complete our first of the 6 ABC classes out here, these steers came out in this order, and that's my order of preference. And the young lady here at the lead steer, the darker red steer, is going to win this drive. And the reason she does is, as a show judge, you ask your question in the lightest of 6 classes. You know, where do we want to be on just physiological maturity and shape and look and fat cover? And in my mind, this is easily the leanest, easily the freshest steer that has more upside, long-term potential. I realize we consider this the day of the show, and that does make our decision maybe seem just a little more controversial, but at the same time, I love this steer in terms of his freshness of top. Really handles very, very smooth. I like him better at the stand. Sometimes on the move, he won't hold his lines together quite as true as I would like, but at the same time, that's being very critical of a really good steer. When the class started, I thought our steer in second was going to be our class winner. As they come along the apron over there, this guy balances up. He's got a right kind of a frame size in him to accommodate some muscularity. He really is good when you talk about his feet and legs, as well as our class winner. It's when we study him up front. He's a little deeper through his chest, wants to be just a little quicker in his maturity, and at this weight, you know, the low 11s, we hardly look at that anymore from the standpoint of a very marketable weight, and from that standpoint, I did use that against him. But a good pair of steers, they differ some in what they bring to the table, as we say. We'll move him along a little faster. Black steer, big-footed, heavy bone, got a big top in him, handles a little rougher, a little stale. Staler, doesn't handle that hind leg, wants to get on the outside of his hoof wall, be just a little puffy in his hock. Here that needs to handle leaner from a compositional lean muscle yield standpoint, this steer is going to be just a little bit of a disadvantage. I do like his lines and like his soundness. Move him on by. We're going to just keep him moving here. Young lady's got a long pattern steer that's really good in terms of his length and neck. Got some muscle turn, just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. This steer gets a little flatter as we study him to his forerib, but I do like the steer's top line, one that wants to run out of stifle muscle. Steer's a little more upright in his shoulder. The dark chocolate steer, we just need to rock him back in his shoulder, then just soften him up in terms of his handle quality up high. The next steer just kind of comes apart behind his shoulder, gets a little tighter there in his heart and forerib, but that steer certainly got some foot and bone under him and a good kind of a cattle. Next steer just gets a little quick for me in his maturity. His bone doesn't match his body condition at this particular time in his feeding curve, really gets a little soft. The 3 black steers simply balance and stoutness of hip placed them in line. None of these steers, in my opinion, had the balance that we had in the upper end of steers above them, but in terms of their foot size. Young lady's got a good steer here in the dark red steer that's got some top, just wants to really plane up in his shoulder, gets a little harsher in his look, doesn't have quite the freshness. You can see our concern over soundness simply fits the light cream colored steer going out, and then we finish with the steer that I spoke with the young man, just the farthest from his optimum end point in terms of not only weight, but most importantly, degree of finish.
That concludes our Class 6 of the ABC Division. Congratulations to Cody Lamb of Marion FFA. In second place, we have Nicholas Bras from Tom Green County 4-H. In third, we have Emma Zoeller from Kendall County 4-H. In fourth, we have Galvin Rodriguez from Somerset FFA. In fifth, we have Corinne Smart from Carnes County 4-H. In sixth, we have Berkeley Mann from Richland Springs FFA. In seventh, Madison Arnold from Kendall County 4-H. In eighth, we have Paige Hovey from Born Champion FFA. In ninth, we have J.T. Holland from Shackelford County 4-H. And in 10th, we have Darian Hunter from Coleman County 4-H. Now entering in the ring is Class 7 of our ABC Division. This class ranged from 11:39 to 12:09. We'd like to again thank our sponsor, Hulkcat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Hulkcat. We rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas. This will be the first call for Class 8 ABCs. Go ahead and make your way to the makeup arena.
we had a few more differences out here in the upper end of this particular drive for me, and as a result, as we put them together, maybe they don't flow and they don't fit like the previous class did in my mind. I'm going to start with the young ladies steer coming around here right now. You can go up to the lead here, young lady. You know, once again, how much is enough and how much is too much? You know, for this steer's weight and this steer's, frame size, he's approaching maybe the limits on foot size and bone. I mean, those are some big feet and those are some big legs on that particular steer. Got a great top in him, has a great look up front in terms of where the neck sets on the front side. I'd like to pull his tail head back on his skeleton and sit him down between his pin bones and then widen his pin bones. He gets a little rounder for me out there through his hip, and if I were to beat him in this particular drive, that's really where I was going to beat him, is right back through there. That's where the steer in second has such an advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one smooth handling, really nice top line steer that really has a great kind of a turn and look to him. Not as stout at the ground, and particularly hind leg as a steer we start with in this drive. Not quite as just that wow factor we talk about up through his front end, but at the same time, that steer has a lot of value, a lot of utility in terms of his ability to lay on optimum amounts of cover and do it in a very smooth fashion. I told the young man here at the third place steer, this is the biggest top, this is the stoutest hip, best bodied steer in the entire drive. I just need to fix him in his angles off of both ends to use him to start this class. He is an amazing steer when you step in behind him and you study the natural muscle turn he has out of the backside of his shoulder and all down his top and back to his hip. Just got to fix him at the ground. We can take him on a little faster now here. The brown chocolate gray steer, whatever you want to call him here. Love his bone, love his length of body and strength of feature up through his front end. Gets a little flatter in his rib. Told the young lady here with the black steer coming by now, when there's times I really appreciate this steer's look. He's a very moderate steer. Maybe gets under himself a little more on that hind leg and just doesn't have the presence out here. I had a nice visit with this young lady. She tells me she's 9, and I was telling her about her steer and that we needed to do this and do that. And I said, you understand a word I'm saying? And she said, no, sir, I don't. Well, then maybe we'll tell your parents, I said. Are your mom and dad here? And she said, yes. You know, the steer has got a great top in him, really good out through his quarter. We just need to change his angles to make him more competitive in this class. Young lady's got a great future at the holder. That's one thing I do know. As the 3 black steers coming by now, and I just want to make a quick comment about them. Young lady steer, nice top line, needs more rib and body. Then we get the rib and body in the young man steer. You can take him on out. He gets a little rounder in his design, a little deeper through his front end. We come back here. I comment on this young man's showmanship. Really nice in his top line. Just a little fragile at the ground and doesn't have the muscle. We've got just a little plainer steer here in the birthmark calf. Again, a great job of showing out here. Just doesn't balance up. Maybe just a little more sheath than ideal, even though we're in the ABCs. The young man steer next. Once again, long spine, really like this in him, good at the ground, just weakens and softens in his top line, doesn't have that turn to his rib and power. And we got a more refined little black steer here, a little shorter sided, just doesn't come together quite as nicely in terms of feature and power, muscularity. Young man does a great job at the stick of our silver baldy here. Once again, just too far from his end point for me. Did just need to have more muscle and rib to accommodate that extra extension he brings to the halter out here. Then the young lady's got a steer that's really fed well from the standpoint of intake, but at the same time didn't convert that to lean muscle growth quite as ideally as some of the others from the standpoint showing just a little more past his ideal in terms of fat cover and condition. Then the young man steer that ends the class, one of the steers that's more refined at the ground, love his length of body, got some softness to his spine that almost works to his undoing, gets a little weak in his top line, just doesn't have that meat animal muscle shape up high.
Congratulations to Grace McBee. She wins our 7th class of the day. And second, we had Dylan Sine from Gillespie County 4-H. In third, we had Kelton White from Scurry County 4-H. In fourth, Jordan Jiskeen from Poth FFA. In fifth, we had Aubrey Scott from Friendship FFA. In sixth, Reagan Frank from Montgomery County 4-H. In 7th, Sophie Britton from Florence FFA. In 8, Wyatt Wilhelms from Medina Valley, Kestrelville FFA. In 9th, we had Riley LaFeist from Kerr County 4-H. And in 10th, Kyle Peterson from Pleasanton FFA. Now entering the ring is our 8th class of ABCs. The weight range for this class is from 1210 to 1244. This will be the first call for Class 9 ABCs. Class 9 ABCs to the makeup arena. We'd like to take this time to appreciate the students and advisors we had come and help us today for the steer show. We had our superintendent, Ryan Rathman, and his wife, Kayla Rathman, bring a group of kids down here to help us out. We also have from Belen College, Joe Rathman and a group of his kids. Give them a round of applause.
Can you guys, y'all pull forward? so we can loop around and walk. Walk a big circle. All right, y'all pull forward. All right, head to tail. Young man, this way. Let me get in here behind you. Get him, Brody. All right, y'all slow up and give yourselves a little room. All right, there you go. Give yourselves a little room. I got you. Can you scoot up a little more, great calf? Scoot up a little more. Young man, scoot up a little more. Baldy, scoot up. Scoot up, scoot up. Scoot up a little bit more. Couple steps. We need to try to get as many on this side as we can. All right, y'all keep pulling up, young man. Huh? Yeah. It's always.
This will be the second call for Class 9 ABCs. Class 9 ABCs to the makeup.
Once again, another quality class of cattle out here. I'm going to leave these two steers the way they come back off of the reweigh here in this order. I'm going to start with this black steer. And once again, he's an interesting cattle because sometimes it's lighting, sometimes it's the fact that they're black steers. They just don't maybe just reach out and grab you sometime as a show judge. But from the outside, you ask yourself, you know, is there going to be enough cattle on the top side of his skeleton when you step up in on him? And there certainly is. He is one that is so good in terms of his lines. Long hip steer, really good in his pin set, ties deep and true in his quarter is what we talk, and the lower underline on this steer is really quite good when you see his chest, floor, and flank, and those lines really fit in him very, very nicely. When you add it all up, and then you step in front of these two cattle, and the steer that we start with just looks at you with more strength. He has more width right through the lower part of his center and lower part of his rib cage, and then there's more genuine cattle here. Can't describe necessarily what I really like about our second steer in this drive, and I mean that. I love his foot bone, his natural skeleton, his genuine build is so good. And lead him on out here, and he's a class winner until I step right in behind him. Then he wants to close at his pins and doesn't stay quite as opened up in the lower part of his body on both ends as does the steer we start with. The third steer is a unique handling steer, extremely lean and clean to the touch, and yet has muscle expression on the top side. Look at his stifle, his turn to his quarter, his hip laid in him right, really super at the ground. Just need to see this steer with more upper rib and just center width. And when I step in front of him, he wants to close in there. Lead him on out now, if you would, please. Here's a power steer. Just doesn't fit together quite as nicely. A little bolder shoulder, a little rounder out there through his hip. I told the young lady here with this red steer, a little past his optimum for me from the standpoint of handle. Handle's a little rougher, not quite as fresh as those others. When we step in behind him, he'll want to close a little more at his pins, flatten through his quarter. I told the young lady with the black calf maybe just gets a little bit different off of his hind leg, wants to get under himself a little more, just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. The gird appearing steer going out there now, tremendous foot and bone, needs to be naturally wider as we talk. The baldy steer, and I want to, young man, stop with the baldy steer, stop him. And I just want to compliment, if you folks remember, I'd kind of forgotten until he maybe said something to me out here. You know, we're in the NCAA tournament now, and this is the best sixth man in America, is all I know, because he was substituting when he was leading that Brahman steer, and he came back in, and he was very proudly, he said to me, now this one's mine, and I can lead him. And so I compliment him. Really a muscular top steer, just doesn't tie together quite as nicely. Gets a little more out in his shoulder. Great working with this young man. Young lady's got a nice stick here with the young lady with the yellow shirt on, got a nice stick to her. Again, a steer that's got those fundamentals of body depth, just doesn't, when you step in behind him, he wants to close at his pins, just doesn't give you the top side spread. We'll move him on out now. Another good black steer, good in terms of his depth of rib, gets a little rigid in his hind leg, doesn't balance up. Again, we've got the black steer, want to just stouten him at the ground and give him a little more just substance of structure. Young man with the purple vest on there, I told him I love the color of the vest. A good vest, just not enough cow there today. And when you get in with him, the two black steers, you can see good kinds of cattle. They just need to have more muscle relative to their frame size. The young man's steer gets a little heavier sheathed up there. We close with a pair of more moderate steers that do have some feeding ability quality to them. We can see that they were a little tougher to fit in this class, just didn't tie together with quite the show ring presence and balance that we have in some of those cattle that precede them.
In first place for Class 8, we have Jet Bradford from Carson County 4-H. In second, Ricky Schulze from Fayette County 4-H. In third, Alyssa Koch from Spring Branch FFA. In fourth, Danny Akers from Alpine FFA. In fifth, we have Alexandria Kalina from Runnels County 4-H. In sixth, Michaela Castro from San Saba County 4-H. In seventh, Cassidy Craddock from Wise County 4-H. In eighth, Jordan Maurice from Medina Valley, Castroville FFA. In ninth, we have Bailey Eubank from Ellis County 4-H. And in 10th, Callie Ellis from Industrial FFA. Coming in the ring now is Class 9 of the ABCs. The weight range for this class is from 1257 to 1279. I'd like to make another reminder that we will be having lunch concluding our 11th class today. After the division, after the ABC division, we'll be having lunch. It'll be for 30 minutes. We expect that to be sometime around 2. This will be the first call for Class 10 to the makeup arena. I'd like to take the time to recognize another one of our sponsors, AFP, Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen presented by AFP.
As we bring Class 4 to a close here, a little tougher class for me to put together. I'm going to start with the young lady's tiger steer here. Stands in second and bring him up front. Been a little harder for me to get in behind him, but when we started the class, I liked his presence when he came in the ring. He's a much sounder steer on his rear leg than the really good bodied steer is that stands now in second. I'd like to stouten our first place steer up back here through his hip. Like to give him just more thickness there right at his stifle. But I love the steer's presence up front. He's got a great top line in him, balances up, and he handles extremely, extremely well. Might want to just give him a shot of bone in the bottom side there, but we can't get everything in one package. The best bodied steer in terms of, as I study him, in terms of rib shape, he's more correct out through his pins and hip than the steer we start with here, not coming off of that right hind leg good enough this afternoon. Maybe the most problem-free of the cattle is this really big-footed star-faced steer here. To me, just a little thicker-hided, not the quality of hide and handle that we have in those two above him, but at the same time, his value lies in his wheels at the ground there. Those are some big feet, big legs, and he handles it extremely, extremely well. As a show judge, you ask yourself, do we need a little less sheath on the bottom side, even though it's an ABC division? I spoke with a young man here with this kind of a red tan steer here. I love this steer's handle. He just runs out of power and muscle from his hooks back and from his pins down. But a good steer, just in terms of the way he's made. Young man's black steer, we finally got to handle him. Really a quality cattle. Gets a little flat in his forerib. I spoke with this young man here coming out. Nice steer in terms of his handling qualities. He gets a little rounder in his hip, gets more under himself on that hind leg and just doesn't balance up. Young lady here with the black steer has got a great steer in terms of body, handling cattle, and I was going to use him up higher in the class. Then we got to studying him up front. He really wants to come apart in that left front. The tan steer coming by, a quality cattle in his build. We love this about him. I spoke with the young man and said, for this steer's frame, I just need to give him more natural rib shape and more muscle. The baldy coming by here just wants to fall apart from the standpoint of balance. His value lies in the fact that he's got muscle. Then the red steer, really powerful at the ground, gets a little crestier neck, a little high in his tail head. The young man's black steer doesn't move quite as comfortably as those above him, gets a little rounder in that hip also, like to change him at the ground. The young man's really heavier sheath here, red steer, heavy bone, big-footed, just for me doesn't have enough muscle shape in the top side of his skeleton. Then we close here with a pair of steers that don't carry the balance that we have in those above him. The black and white steer gets a little heavier sheet, wants to really narrow his pins. And I spoke with the young lady about the final calf there. Nice in his top line, done a great job of feeding him. Just doesn't have enough of that natural muscle to run with those in the upper end of this class.
Congratulations to Allie Burns. She wins our 9th class of the day. In second, we have Riley White from Scurry County 4-H. In third, we have Woodrow Dale Hall from Miles County 4-H. In fourth, David Walker Hemphill from Frio County 4-H. In fifth, we have Maddox Hartman from Wilson County 4-H. In sixth, Trenton Mills from Marion FFA. In seventh, Emery Robles from Atascosa County 4-H. In eighth, Seth Byers from Wise County 4-H. In ninth, Hunter Norman from Atascosa 4-H. And in 10th, Jacob Rankin from Atascosa County 4-H. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 10 ABCs. This class ranges from 1288 to 1357. This is the first call for Class 11 ABCs. Class 11 ABCs to the makeup arena. This will be the second call for Class 11 ABCs. Class 11 ABCs to the makeup room.
My personal compliments to all in this drive from the standpoint that, without a doubt, in our ABC show thus far, this is our deepest class in terms of quality. You can just stand out here or stand wherever you would like for that matter and just look down the lineup, and we have quality cattle from start to finish in this drive, and that's really, really important. not only to a show judge, I think it speaks well for the breeding programs behind these cattle and the work that you folks have put together. I'm going to start with the Brockle face steer here, and if you want to bring him to the front, if you would. Once again, both our first and second place steers in this class may not be the boldest in their upper rib, may not be the stoutest in terms of getting behind them, but in terms of just what they represent and kind of cattle, I love the neck on this Brockle steer and just how he sets it on the top side of his shoulder there. He's tremendous at the ground in terms of his angles. Has, it for me, more than enough spread in the ABC division. Up high, got a long hip in him, really uses his hind leg, and very good. Like to maybe clean him up just a nickel through his chest floor there, but his underline in terms of as he comes out of his chest floor back through his flank, I think is quite good in this regard. Not as good as the steer is in second. The steer in second does come bolder out of the upper part of his rib, and he's a steer that I really appreciate when I get my hands on him too. If I could just give him a nickel more bone and just change the way that he handles his hind leg compared to the Brockle steer we start with, then this steer could be the class winner from the standpoint I just want to intensify the heaviness of his skeleton. Love some piece of the black and white steer. This guy is extremely good handling, really big top, big bodied steer, just doesn't have that front end setting him right to use any higher in this particular drive, but where he's good, he may be the best in class. Spoke with the young lady here, really a moderate steer, great feet underneath him there, just doesn't have that power there right behind his shoulder. Young man's black steer gets a little rounder and coarser up to the front end there, but I mean a great handling calf that's got some muscle. Spoke with this young lady about her steers a little plainer up front, nice top in him, nice turn to loin, maybe want to change him off of his rear leg. The black steer coming by us now, one that doesn't get out of his hip and hind leg quite as comfortably. Got a nice top in him, doesn't bounce up. This young man, I said, for the amount of frame this steer brings to the drive, we just need to give him more depth of body, a little more power, changing the way he comes off of those rear ankles. I now have a nice steer here in the white underline steer from the standpoint of some muscularity. Once again, his neck and crest and shoulder don't match. We just need to drop him down this body. Compliment the young lady here in her great ring help standpoint. That steer didn't show very good. He's got some quality to him. This young lady's done a nice job with this steer with assistance. You can see that he doesn't have the bone and quality of lines that we have in some of the other steers, but he does have a nice handle to him. Now we've got a really big bodied steer here that's got some depth to his heart. Want to just change him up front. We can see he's deeper through his shoulder, a little crester at the top of his neck there. You can keep him on coming, young man. Here's a really nice steer in terms of his top line. He just runs out of muscle when you step in behind him, but a good kind of a cattle, like his footwork and like his angles. Our final pair of calves here, they're really good cattle in terms of doability. This young man's calf's got some doability to him, but in the lineup as we profile these cattle out here in the finals, just didn't have that presence. And the young lady that's closing here, once again, a steer with some muscularity, just doesn't come off of that rear leg quite right, gets a little rounder in his makeup, a little tighter in terms of that heart and forerib. Really good class of ABCs that we just finished. We're ready to bring her down home here pretty quick.
That concludes Class 10 of our ABC division. Congratulations to Cody Schroeder of Burleson County 4-H. In second, we have Parker Wilson from Waller FFA. Third, Alyssa Gonzalez from Harris County 4-H. In fourth, we have Dakota Jaskina from Poth FFA. In fifth, we have Colton Bippert from Floresville FFA. In sixth, we have Addison Jordan from Prosper FFA. In seventh, Hayes Thomasick from Robertson County 4-H. In eighth, we have Reagan Copeland from Live Oak County 4-H. In 9, we have Eli Rankin from Atascosa County 4-H. And in 10th, Taylor Rankin from Atascosa County 4-H. Coming in the ring now is Class 11, the ABCs. This class ranges from 1375 to 1530. After this class, we'll have our champion drive, and then after that, we'll be breaking for lunch for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. As our first and second cattle come to the stand here in no particular order, I first want to compliment the exhibitors and the programs behind these cattle. When you consider this is Class 6, the heaviest weight of our ABCs, and consider the composition that these cattle have, the fact that they're so sound on their feet and legs, and really, I think, represent tremendous breeding programs, and so I compliment you. It's obvious for me, and I know there's some really good steers that are in the middle of this line, and I can tell the disappointment when I talk to some of the exhibitors. For me personally, I want to stay in a little more moderate frame size for the weight, even to the weight they're at, and that's what these two steers really represent. We've got a couple of more extended steers back here, but by and large, you know, we really want to stay right where we are here. I'm going to start with the young man's black steer here and bring him up, if you would. Once again, I liked him when he came into class, and when I handled him, I knew I was going to build the class around him, and I hadn't gotten to the other end of the class yet, and that's what I really think of this steer from the standpoint of his smoothness of handle. He's a great hip steer. He's got the right kind of bone work underneath him, and certainly sound enough, you know, at his particular weight. You have to ask yourself the question, and I will here momentarily, you know, where does his weight fit with regard to when we come to the final drive of the ABCs. But a very, very composite, very fresh, really good kind of a steer. The power of the steer in second caught my eye when I first came into the class. I mean, this guy is really bold-ribbed. He's thick-ended. Just want to give him a little different kind of a touch. A little past ideal maybe in terms of freshness of handle. But I look past that to simply to get the tremendous amount of muscle and the tremendous width that he has, and he's in a very sound, structure correct, and balanced package, and this is all part of the total program. We bring this Charlet base looking ABC here, and once again, I told the young lady in terms of foot and depth of heel, I love this steer. I love his angles up front. Maybe a time or two I'd like to soften that rear pastern, and look at the line that he holds when he goes out here on the lead. Problem is when I get in behind him and when I handle him, there's just not enough top, and those are higher regions of higher valued cuts on that cattle. Really one of the really nice handling, really fresh cattle come in the caramel or the smooth color, the really light colored calf here the young lady has. Just not enough body, not enough stoutness of hind leg and hip, but in terms of freshness, that one really, really is good. Now we're going to bring this pair of red steers by, and again, the red steer here is a little staler as I read him up front, not as youthful or fresh about his front end. Nice, smooth handling steer, long hip steer, just runs out of muscle. Got a kick out of the young lady here leading the solid red calf. I was talking about a little softer to the touch and a little loose-hided and thick-hided, and she said, yes, sir, that's why I kept moving him in the class so you couldn't handle him. And so, once again, and I appreciate that, honesty and professionalism, you know, and that's what you need to do sometime. Then we come to an extremely muscular calf. Just want to redesign him from a balance standpoint, maybe getting a little bigger and heavier in weight. I told the young lady here I kept this calf in the upper end of our lineup because I really appreciate his moderateness. He's got a rib in him, got a nice kind of a hip in him. When we got to the final draft here, though, he was one that just ran out of substance and power. Likewise here, the little tan or lighter colored steer, once again, needs a little stouter kind of a hind leg. Want to strengthen him in his top. Get a little plainer through the chest floor here, a little flatter in his rib. Then the young lady's got a nice line steer when he's at the stand. We just need to bolden him up and widen him out. We may have a little wider kind of a calf here that really planes up through his front end. Young lady's got a deep-hearted, deep-sided calf that just isn't nearly as good from a composition standpoint, cutability. Big, stout, heavy bone steer come by next. Looks like he could go to the feed bunk every day and never miss a lick. Once again, we bring him out here. He wants to plane up a little more. Balance hinders the calf there, gets a little deep in his chest, a little rounder outside. Then we go up to a little larger frame size steer, just doesn't have nearly the rib and body for his frame, gets a little rigid there in his rear pastern. Young lady's got a Bronc V colored steer here, for lack of a better phrase. heavy boned, really deep sided, needs more of that meat animal market cattle shape. And then we close here with a pair of steers that do have a little more top side shape and turn their quarter than the steers just ahead of him. But our final pair of steers here just aren't coming off of their hind legs nearly as correctly. They get a little rounder out through their hip. Good class of heavy cattle here as we bring our ABCs to a near close.
Congratulations to Ty Wilson. He wins Class 11. In second, we have Zane Scott from Friendship FFA. In third, Cody Moore from Burnett FFA. In fourth, we have Marissa Glatar from Harris County 4-H. In fifth, we have Ashley Melton from Aledo FFA. In sixth, Julian Chesser from Carnes County FFA. In seventh, we have Savannah Francis from McKinney FFA. In eighth, Kinley Ivy from Midland County 4-H. In ninth, we have Wyatt Bauman from Llano County 4-H. And in 10th, Anna Arnold from Ellis County 4-H. We're now beginning our division drive for the ABCs. Just as another reminder, we will break for 30 minutes after this drive.
you're every. I know our time is getting away from us here, and I do want to just say a personal thank you to the exhibitors here in the ABC division. This has been tremendous, and I really enjoy judging the American breed classes, be they broken out or be they ABC and Brahman as we had today, and don't claim to be especially good at it, just claim to say I really enjoy it. We tried to keep some balance in perspective here, and yet have enough muscle that is appropriate for their frame size and their weight, and I hope that you would agree from the outside, that we did so. Basically, there are 4 head of cattle here in this first place lineup that all bring something to this particular drive that you have to ask yourself, if they were heavier, if they were lighter, whatever, you want to ask yourself as a show judge. Because the third class winner here, that guy, look at his lines and look at his balance, and he weighs in the 12s, and where is that anymore in the market cattle sector of our industry? And once again, you ask yourself, where does that fit at his weight? He is a tremendously good ABC steer. I really compliment the young lady for sticking with our steer that wins the 4th class. Once again, his top shape, I told her that he has a rack in him like a sheep. Coming out of the backside of that blade, he's got a big old turn up there, got a big wide, when you grab his loin, he really has some width and depth to his loin. In this drive, he gets a little frail out here in terms of his bone work, as you study him. And so you ask yourself, where does that fit with regard to what you want to bring back tomorrow evening? The Bronco Face steer that wins a very, very nice class and a very competitive class. Once again, his head and neck and where it sits on that shoulder is unmatched out here in this drive. At the ground, he's unmatched, in my opinion, in terms of his ability to get out of his front end and match his stride and never misses his stride. When a person steps right in front of him, you ask yourself, is he too deep in his chest floor, and does he have enough of that market cattle, that fed cattle power up high that he's going to open with enough ribeye in relation to his carcass weight? That's a question you have to ask yourself as a show judge, and I don't even have the answer for me right now. Then we give him to the last class here, and this young man, I got to tell you, you realize you're letting your calf go to sleep? Yeah, well, move him then. Just bring him forward. Once again, there you go. This is the final drive here. And so once again, you ask yourself, what does this steer represent? 1371, I believe. And so, and we know that 14 weight cattle, I don't know what the average weight in the industry is now, and we visit, we talk a lot about the fed cattle industry in our beef science class, and I know carcass weights are approaching 900, in the high 8s anyway, and so, this guy is still fine right in that regard. I love this steer when he's together like he is now and was in class. I love this steer when you step in both ends of him and the pieces really fit on this. I really, really believe that. And so once again, we've got a great set of seconds in the backdrop here, particularly in Class 4. Those were Class 5. They were a really good pair of steers as we come in on. Right now, I'm going to name our ABCs. Let's give them all a nice round of applause for those of you that are still with us. And right here is going to be our champion. Congratulations to this young man. Take him out there. We'll bring this calf up here, please. I don't know where this young lady is going, but you can come right here, ma'am. The reserve is going to be the winner of Class 5. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. Great show.
The champion of the ABC division was exhibited by Ty Wilson, Reserve goes to Cody Schroeder from Burleson County 4-H. Just to make another announcement, if you were first or second in any of those classes and was not named a champion or reserve, you do need to take your picture in front of the backdrop and then report your steer over to the truck. We are now going to take a lunch break. We will reserve with the black AOBs at about 2:30.
Let's go eat.
Buddy, go grab you a burger over there. Did a good job. Appreciate your hard work today. No problem. We'll have you a professional announcer's job before the end of the week. I've already done. Just wanna make sure you get your stuff.
Hayes County board.
This will be the first call for Class 12 black AOBs to the makeup ring. We'd like to again take some time to recognize our sponsors. One of them is Hulkcat, your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Hulkcat. We rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas.
You do? I'm just gonna hoard all the candy now. What? I'm gonna hoard all the candy now.
But she'll take one and you'll be helping her out, and he won't like you at all. And if you just let her be there and step back a little ways, they just ease up and it's fine.
Yeah, that boy did a heck of a job.
For 80 years, Holt Cat has helped build Texas with cat machines and engines. And for over 60 years, Holt has been sponsoring stock show and rodeo events. Thanks, Texas. Let's partner up.
But I know how busy you are.
Oh, you're the busy one
Now,
out here.
tell me what your plans are after when you're done.
Graduate May.
Yep.
Work for Zoetis this summer and then start in Manhattan in the fall. Yes, sir.
Want to help coach?
Mid animal eval. I want to stay put for a while. I told him I'd listen to some reasons, but I didn't want to travel.
Good for you. We were just talking about that at lunch. That, you know, there's just a time when maybe there is life after judging. And, you know, we all love it.
Yes.
But there is life after judging. My wife,
Your wife reminds you.
Still reminds me. in a nice way. She's been very supportive. We had a feed truck get stuck in our yard this morning, and when the frost goes out up there, you just sink. I don't know if they got it out or not.
I had to get a little just a little. But you hanging in there? You sound good. You sound good.
You look like a Texas country singer from the mid-'80s.
Lano.
Yano.
Congratulations to the Class 7 winner.
I didn't want to overstep my bounds or anything. No cheers allowed in the arena. I'm going to come in real pumped up this next time. Woo! Hazelmeyer's got it figured out, setting corners and he
Get cold cuts or something like that.
That's cold cuts. Great job, you guys. Keep it up. Well educated. We appreciate everything you've done.
You gotta quit
Little legged bar stools and
This will be the second call for Class 12 Black AOBs. Class 12 Black AOBs to the makeup ring. Just another reminder, our champion and reserves from today will be reweighed when we do the pre-judging before we take them into the rodeo tomorrow. This will be the first call for Class 13 Black AOBs. The weight range on this class is from 1,000 to 1,119. We need the second place from Class 7 to go ahead and make his way over to the truck. That's Dylan Sign, second place from Class 7.
Welcome back to everyone here as we took our lunch break, maybe a little longer than 30 minutes. We just get to visiting. We apologize for that. Going to use these steers the way they stand out here, which means the young man here in the pink shirt is going to win. Young man here in second and is going to be second in this class. And once again, each of these steers have class advantages. The young man steer that I'm starting with is simply the bold-topped, really thick-ended steer that really balances up quite nicely. I prefer him over the calf in second, up through his neck and his head, gives us just a little fresher, more youthful kind of a look up there. He's not as sound at the ground, and that's where the steer in second really has the advantage. I love the angles of the steer in second, love his natural length of pattern. He's a little leaner steer, and I think long-term he could have the advantage in that regard. I'd like to just take away some of that masculinity, maturity of look up through his head and neck. In third is a calf that I, just bring him along here, please. Just you can bring him on by as a calf that I really appreciate, and had him in mind when he came in. But when the more he moves out here, and we can just let him go on out, you can see that he comes apart on his hind leg, really gets outside of himself. But the steer's got some top. Here's a very nice top line steer that runs out of bone work behind. Just want to give him a little stouter kind of a back leg. Then we could put a little more muscle on that skeleton. Love the length of spine. Love the length of front end. Needs more flank. Needs to have a different set of rear running gear there. Wants to be a little more fluid filled in his hock. Young man here has got an easy feeding, deep-bodied steer. We can see that he's just a little easier in his top, gets a little high in his tail head there. As a result, then he comes just a little shorter in his stride. The next young man has a very nice steer, really smooth pattern, just ran out of muscle as we study him from the profile, as we study him through his front end, and then as we take him back through his hip. Young lady's black and white colored up steer, just needs more muscle. I said to her in private conversation out here, really appreciate his soundness. We just need to change that. Now, soundness is a concern of the young man in the plaid print shirt there. You can see that he really that steer struggles. Two of our lighter weight steers in class spoke with the young exhibitors here. They were both very kind and very accepting of my comments from the standpoint that they just need to have sounder cattle, a little heavier weight to run with the upper end of this drive. Looking forward to the next 8 classes here in our black and white. Black AOBs, yes.
I had to get that in. I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations to Trail Schrader. He wins our 12th class, first class of black AOBs. In second, we have Trey Elizondo from Yoakum FFA. In third, we have Brooken Balagu from O'Donnell FFA. In fourth, we have Paige Soto from Midlothian FFA. In fifth, we have Madison Anderson from Westbrook FFA. And in sixth, Derek Scarman from Atascosa County 4-H. In seventh, Medina from Ellis County 4-H. In eighth, Taylor Mills from Gonzales County 4-H. In ninth, Cody Elbell from Smithson Valley FFA. And in 10th, Victoria Coma from Samuel Clemens FFA. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 13 of our black AOBs. This class has a weight range from 1120 to 1173. This will be the first call for Class 14 black AOBs. This will be the second call. Class 14 AOB Blacks.
In Class 2, a little tougher for me to put together personally, but a wise man told me once, if nothing else, keep them sound and keep them balanced. And that's what I tried to do out here on this particular drive, starting with the steer that's at the lead now. We're going to use them in this order here. And a black and white steer, when you just study his freshness, study the angles that he brings to the ring in terms of his skeleton, and a very fresh handling steer. His color in his flank and his color back through his quarter really don't accent the fact that he really, he actually has a little more muscle than you might think he does when you study him, but to have that white flank and to have that kind of a marking there through his inner quarter there, it's a little difficult, kind of throws him off. But I love this steer's length of neck, love his bone, matches his body. His body, I think, is appropriate for his frame size at this particular weight. The calf in second's a little more moderate. In doing so, I really appreciate his depth of heart, depth of body, and he does. He doesn't move nearly as correctly as does the steer we start with, but as a matter of comparison, I really felt that these two steers were two of the sounder cattle within our drive that certainly had enough balance. I like this steer from the standpoint, of his rib shape. We just need to give him a little sounder way of coming off of those rear legs. I told the young man here with the third steer along now, that I said, this is as good a bodied steer as we have. Looks like a very easy feeding steer. I just need to balance him up a little differently. Handles just somewhat softer to the touch, and particularly up front there, wants to just drop his chest floor out of him a little more than ideal. I told the young man here that this is a great hip steer in the brockle-faced, baldy steer, but at the same time, he's a little past his end point, wants to roll out on his hind leg. A very smooth pattern steer here. The young lady's leading out. Just want to give him more body depth relative to his frame size. I do like his muscle. Spoke with the two young men here. The first young man steer going out. We can just relax those ankles on both ends. We're going to be good to go and use him quite a bit higher. The young man here with the baldy steer just needs more body, a little fresher kind of a look. And we have a a steer that just gets away from us a little more with regard to just fat depth, and we just are concerned from a compositional standpoint. The little browner tinge steer there doesn't handle his hind leg, gets up in his top just a shade more than ideal. We close in with the pair of steers, the black steer, just for his frame size. We want to just intensify his body width and give him a little more functional, practical kind of a look and build. And then we close with a steer that's hindered not only by his movement, but I spoke with the young lady. He's got a nice top line in him, but we just need to give him a little leaner kind of a shape from a market cattle standpoint.
Congratulations to Grayson Yates from Ellis County 4-H. He takes top honors here in Class 13. In second, we have Haley Higginbotham from Jordanton FFA. In third, Kendrick Castillo from Burnett FFA. In fourth, Ryan Stevens from Comanche FFA. In fifth, Kelly Sefji from Gonzales County 4-H. In sixth, Colton Campos from Marion FFA. In seventh, Ben Murphy from Smithson Valley FFA. In eighth, Allison Drebeck from Moulton FFA. In ninth, Brooke Watley from Cedar Creek FFA. And in 10th, Callan Sramick from East Central FFA. We now have Class 14 coming in the ring. This class has a weight range from 1177 from 1213. We'll now be making the first call for Class 15. Class 15 to the makeup ring. This is the second call for Class 15. Class 15 to the makeup ring.
This way I'm going to keep them. As a show judge, a great deal of thought goes through a person's mind sometimes while you're waiting for way back, and I was thinking to myself as we were waiting to process our first and second place steers, and they are going to stay in this order, incidentally. But from the standpoint of just, where do you draw the line on soundness and what is sound enough? And then we always ask ourselves the question, maybe it's the judging team coach in me, maybe it's the swine background in me, I don't know. And I know we're really addressing structural integrity in the swine industry right now. And I realize that not every youth has the opportunity to buy all the soundest cattle all the time or the highest quality. And I hope I'm not being guilty of single trait selecting on the negative side of the equation for some of the steers that are good top steers. They've got muscle, but I just need to see them moving. And so I'm not apologizing. I'm simply saying, where that sits. And many times what's sound enough is in the eyes of the beholder, and we won't even go there, will we? So from the standpoint of a steer that really is a good-footed steer, his bone matches his body, got enough muscle shape for me up high in this particular class, like the length he has out through his neck. I'd like to just strengthen him ever so slightly in his top line, but I'd rather have him a little softer in his spine than cranked up in his top. I'd like to take that tail head and just put it down there between his pins a little differently. If I could have the steer in second moving a little differently out of his front end, then this steer could be the class winner because he's a deeper sided steer. He's just a bigger volume steer with more just natural top in him, just not coming out of his front end when he gets out there on the lead. Young man, you can take him on out. Did a nice job. He's a little fuller down there through his chest floor, but that is really a good top, really smooth handling cattle. In third is a steer that if I could change his hind leg, one of the really nice handling. I love him up through his front end, but he just isn't coming off of that rear foot and ankle near good enough for me today. Top side is quite good. Then we back off on frame size here, use a very, very stout, big top, big rib steer. Needs to move a little differently. I really appreciate the steer structural integrity coming by now, but he really plays of muscularity, like to just bring him along a little farther in his feeding curve. And we come back again to a very moderate steer, but we can see more predisposed to waste in the lower part of his body cavity, but really like his rib shape and his natural width. Then we have a steer that wants to drop his head and just come up in his top as he moves out here. The young man's done a nice job on the halter there. Spoke with the young lady here with the next steer from the standpoint. He's quite a bit sounder out of his front end, in my opinion, but he runs out of muscle. And then we have a pair of cattle here, and we're closing with the young lady and the young man's cattle that just become so rigid in their pasturing and up high. And I know they didn't do anything wrong. I'm just simply giving you my assessment of their structure relative to their body and to our class. So once again, a little tougher class to put together for me, but we're trying to keep our cattle sound with some balance and appropriate amounts of muscle.
Congratulations to Logan T. Thomas from Willacy County 4-H. He wins our Class 14. In second, we have Tucker Brewer from Lubbock Cooper FFA. In third, Parker Wiley from Ellis County 4-H. In fourth, Xavier Nuncio from McCullough County 4-H. In fifth, Seth E. Garrett from Victoria West FFA. In sixth, Mary Pugh from Judson FFA. In seventh, Strand Moore from Fredericksburg FFA. In eighth, we have Sierra Hines from Faith Academy FFA. In ninth, Bobby Schubert from Hayes County 4-H. And in 10th, Chase Hancock from Blum FFA. Right now, we have Class 15 Black AOBs coming in the ring. This class has a weight range from 1231 to 1259. We still need Dylan Signs and his steer to make their way over to loadout. Dylan Signs from Gillespie County 4-H, you need to make your way over to loadout. This will be the first call for Class 16 Black AOBs. Y'all need to be making your way to the makeup ring. I'd like to take this time to recognize one of our sponsors, AFP, Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen presented by AFP.
Yes, sir.
We certainly have a very solid class here in front of us now, and I'm going to start with the young man in the yellow shirt here. His steer that stands second, move him up front there, if you would, please. This is really a neat fronted steer in terms of that neck assembly, how it transitions into the top side of his shoulder there. Then when this steer hit the ring over there, and he was easily the steer that was meeting his stride, the most comfortable out here, and really, really good in that regard. He's really a smooth, uniform handling steer and has a nice kind of a shape to his hip and down there, back through his lower quarter and stifle. Like to maybe clean him up just a nickel there through the base of his chest, and then, you know, he'd give him just a shade more bone. And that's where the steer in second has the advantage. He's just a little stouter statured steer than is the calf we start with in here. The calf in second really has a nice turn to his top line, just doesn't bounce up quite as nicely. A little shorter in his neck than the calf that we started with, but at the same time his value lies in being just a big-bodied, big-top steer. I thank our ring help from one of the two schools out here from Tech and Blinn, and I really compliment this young man. He had kind of a tough start, but we got him settled down, the steer settled down, and we're good to go. And so now you're smiling, aren't you? Second okay? Yeah, that a boy. In third, we have a steer, and once again, I called this really close. Why? At the stand, check out this guy. You know, just got that body line, got the rib shape, the lower body line. I think sets in him very, very acceptably. Got some turn to his quarter. He's a little staler up to the top of his crest there and back up through his head. Just doesn't have, when he gets out and goes, and I spoke to the young man about this, doesn't handle that hind leg, doesn't set it down and drive and push off of it quite like those first two do, but composition compositionally, that is a really good steer. At the stand, the steer that we have in fourth may be as good as any. I was telling a young man that, check out his foot, check out his bone, and really handles it. We can see that what happens when we put him on the go just doesn't handle his top line, that hip and hind leg. I really like the soundness of the steer that the young lady in the lime-colored top is leading here. I just don't give him enough natural shape up through his upper rib and skeleton compared to those cattle we use above. I don't know where this steer here really belongs because he's really unique. He's extremely long, clean neck. He's huge top. I just need to give him more body relative to his frame and muscularity. Just a little bit too out there for me, just in terms of practicality. But that guy, in terms of carcass composition, I'd hate to guess what his ribeye would be when it's open. Then we come to a very basic steer. Got some body depth, got some line quality in him, just doesn't have enough muscle. Same could be said here. You know, that fore-rib depth and that ease of feeding look that steer has is really what we want in market cattle. When we bring them up, when we put a halter on him, bring him to the ring, this guy just needs to have more genuine muscle shape. And I spoke with the two exhibitors here. They had a very nice conversation. The young lady here with the black steer leaving the ring now, his hocks went out on him. Young lady here with the black steer is sounder at this juncture, but the pieces just don't fit. He's a more refined cattle that just is tighter in through the center part of his body, and skeleton and just somewhat impaired also how he's getting along. But I like his composition. I think he would carcass with a high degree of boneless product.
I won't try. I'll just let
Congratulations to Stuart Lostavica from Bell County 4-H. He wins top honors in our Class 15 of Black AOBs. In second, we have Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. In third, Colton Kruger from Marion FFA. In fourth, John Kelly from DeWitt County 4-H. In fifth, Kirsten Hawker from Burnett FFA. In sixth, from Culberson County 4-H, we have Brock Gibson. In seventh, from Gonzales County 4-H, we have Matthew Shannon. And in eighth, we have Blake Graves from Coleman County 4-H. In ninth, Taylor Clapp from Washington County 4-H. And in 10th, Katrina Abels from Pleasanton FFA. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 16 of our Black AOBs. This class ranges from 1263 to 1283. This will be the first call for Class 17. Class 17 to the makeup ring.
This is the second call for Class 17. Class 17 needs to make its way over to the makeup ring.
guess we should leave them in this order, shouldn't we?
We should.
I mean, now you're fine. One never wants to make light of what happens, and we all show livestock. And I mean, we know you have to push the envelope on waybacks. And I was just telling him some of our family wayback stories up there, and you know, everyone has them. And so once again, you know, I feel bad for the young person and his family, and we'll just simply go on from there. The complete composite steer, for lack of a better phrase, is the steer that I'm starting with. And every time I looked at him, you know, and you were going to win the class anyway, incidentally. And so you didn't win it by the process of elimination. You won it because here's the complete steer, here's the balanced steer. No, he's not the stoutest bone. No, he's not the best hind-legged steer we have seen, but he is a steer that really is appropriate in his body depth. His length matches his depth, and he balances up very, very nicely. A very fresh handling steer, and certainly a nice handle in this class. Nice job showing by this young man. I've had a good visit with the young lady here in second now, and she was trying to tell me, no, I told her that I know what you're thinking. You should have been second all along. That's what I'm trying to say. And once again, long-bodied. This guy can really move, ladies and gentlemen. And here is the steer that. Him a little more genuine when he comes right at me. He's a little flatter shouldered, a little flatter through his forearm there. I don't read his genuine width quite as consistent as I do the calf that we started here, but in terms of movement and angles, here's the steer that's the best steer in the class in that regard. Coming next is another awfully good steer from a cutability composition standpoint, and we'll move a little faster now. This guy, I think, can run with any of them. Just doesn't balance up quite as correctly, doesn't have as much bone to match the top side of his skeleton for me, but at the same time, the upper part of his skeleton is really, really good from a muscularity standpoint. Our steer in fourth now. He just needs to move differently off of his rear legs. I like the top line, and I really appreciate the natural spread of the steer the young man is leading. Wants to be a little more bowed on his leg and get on the outside of his hoof wall there. The black and white steer is one that gives us a big body, a big rib cage to work with. He just doesn't come off of his front end quite as correctly. Gets a little bulkier up there. Same for the blanket, you know, for the white belted steer there. Just isn't moving off of either end. Got a nice muscular steer that the young man's leading in the red tint shirt there. Just needs to balance up a little differently. Then we have this pair of steers. The second steer there, he just needs to have more just that muscle shape from a terminal standpoint. And then I spoke with the young man, had a nice visit with him with regard to the fact that that steer's hair and skin doesn't help the steer, and he's just a plainer of the steers. But he's got some top and got some doability to him.
That concludes Class 16. In first place, we have Dalton Schneider from Bell County 4-H. In second, we have Samantha Mueller from Honda FFA. In third, we have Cole Bolsway from Fredericksburg FFA. In fourth, Danielle McMillan from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. In fifth, we have from Frio County 4-H, we have Clark Tolson. In sixth, we have Savannah Burleson from Williamson County 4-H. In seventh, we have Paul Schweed from Mason County 4-H. In eighth, we have Carson Glover from Fall City FFA. In ninth, Zachary Watts from Luling FFA. And in 10th, Dustin Bostick from Bangs FFA. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 17. This class ranges from 1,300 to 1,314. This will be the first call for Class of 18. Class of 18 to the makeup ring. This is the second call for Class 18. If you're in Class 18, make your way to the makeup ring.
As one might expect, as we get up in these weights in our black division here, you're really going to see, I believe, more consistency, and we certainly have that in this class. And I compliment you folks and the families even down here towards the lower half of the class from the standpoint that, you know, there's good cattle. There's only one steer out here that may be just a little more concerning to me personally in terms of structure. The rest of them sit in there, I think, very, very nicely. There are small differences that we use. These two steers here stay in the order that they stand, and this Baldy steer, from the time he hit the ring, I was going to build the class around him. Why? Because of the fact that his comfort zone at the ground and his balance and his body proportions really fit. He's not the biggest back steer that we've seen in our show, probably not the stoutest hip that we've seen or going to see for that matter, but where he sits in terms of that body proportion, I like this steer a great deal, and he is really sound. The steer in second is the more expressively muscled of the two steers. I read that through his forearm. I read it as he comes out of the backside of his blade and turn to his top and loin edge. He doesn't handle his hip and hind leg nearly as comfortably as the steer we start with, and for that reason, then I use this extremely high cutability steer in second. Coming around in third is really a big-bodied steer. I love his bone. I like his top line. If I could get this guy to move a little differently, he wants to drag on both ends. Doesn't really lead out and just cover the surface out here, but particularly off of his hip and hind leg, you can see that he'll want to just not be as comfortable meeting the surface out here, particularly as our first steer. He's not as good in his top line in terms of handle as is the steer we have in second. Young man here had a little rougher start, got back to handle him here. That's a big-bodied steer that's got a really smooth kind of a touch to him, has enough muscle. We back down here on frame, but when we do that, I like the steer, but he's a little more refined in his bone work. We just need to give him a little stouter kind of a look and appearance, but he is a steer that has quite a bit of body and quite a bit of length. The young lady's white flank steer here, one that's extremely high cutability. I just need to give him a little more hard and lower body to compensate for that size he has that he brings to the ring in terms of frame size, but from a carcass composition standpoint, he's going to do quite well. The next young lady here has a black calf that wants to plane up a little more, wants to knuckle on those rear pasterns just a shade more than he should. The next young lady has a steer that is really nice in his top line, but he wants to really compromise from the standpoint of structural width. Then the young lady here with the solid black steer. A steer wants to be a little bulkier up front than he is, doesn't balance up quite as well. Change him then off of that rear leg especially. And then the steer that closes the door on this class is really a quality steer. I like his presence. You love his color pattern. He's the toughest moving, the tightest spine of the cattle within our group. And thank you.
Congratulations to Avery Sumi from Johnson County 4-H. She won our last class, Class 17. In second, we have Kirsten Domini from Channel View FFA. In third, we have Henry Neal from Refugio FFA. In fourth, we have Michael Shannon from Gonzales County 4-H. In fifth, Peyton R. Williams from Rogers FFA. In sixth, we have Callie Robertson from Midlothian FFA. In seventh, we have Tricia Pittman from Tolosa Midway FFA. In eighth, we have Daisy Dietiker from Bosque County 4-H. In ninth, Dylan Avant from Community FFA. And in 10th, Rayanne Munich from Seguin FFA. Right now in the ring, we have Class 18. The weight range for this class ranges from 1323 to 1345. This will be the first call for Class 19. Class 19, start to report the makeup ring. What? Yeah. Okay. All right. What?
And then, I know there's 2 classes left, it's going 3 passes, we gotta weigh them all back and learn about it.
Okay. Okay. All right, that works. Just, do you want them just to line up? We'd like for all the first and second place black AOBs to start making their way over to the scales. We need to get ready for the champion drive. This is the second call for Class 19. Class 19 needs to be making its way over to the makeup ring.
Without a doubt, this is, in my opinion, the deepest class we've had thus far. And I know we're at a major steer show here, and we're getting into the really heat of some of these black AOB classes. But once we talk about the first and second steers, and we get to a couple of individuals out here, ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you a couple stories. One in particular may be as good a one as I've heard in some time. These two steers stay the way they stand out here as they come to the gate. I'm starting with the skunk top steer. Tremendous presence and tremendous look in this steer. Up to his front end, he really holds his top line very consistently, and he's good in the lower part of his body cavity. He's not as deep in his center part of his rib as the steer is in second, nor does he handle with quite as much topside shape, but he's really muscular in that, maybe just a little coarser, thicker heighted than ideal, but an amazing steer up to his front end. His shoulder angle, his knee, and comes down to his hoof line there up front is really good. When he gets on the lead, he'll maybe want to just get on the outside of his foot just a nickel more as you study him going away. The steer in second is tremendous in terms of his width to back. At the stand, he rivals. In fact, at the stand, he can beat the steer that I started with. Love the way this young lady sticks this black steer. Head up, really good and clean through his chest floor, really good underneath, and he's got a huge back in him. You get in behind him, and once again, you're pleased with what you see. Some width at his pins. The tail head sits in there right, and he's got a good column of bone. His bone possibly doesn't match his body dimension quite like I'd like. In fact, I'd like to just give him a shade more bone, and when we put this steer on the lead, I don't believe he stays nearly as comfortable out of either end of a skeleton as does the steer we start with, but that's a good pair of steers. When the cattle came into the ring here, the steer in third was one that hit me really strong. I really liked this steer's ability to cover his stride behind, really long fronted. But when this steer, and just stop him now there, young man, this is a good class. When this steer stops, he'll really come apart in his top line. He'll open up at the top of his blade and just not stay together quite as correctly. But if you want to just study that knee down and that hock that he has in him, he's a very clean jointed steer, long hip steer. I like this steer a great deal if I could just tie him together a little differently when he comes to that pose right there. Now, young man in fourth. No, stop him. Don't say goodbye. Now, he's probably a little disappointed here, and this young man is absolutely incredible. When I handled him, when I came up to handle him in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, he said, "How you doing, Mr. Hogan?" I said, "I'm doing good." I said, "How are you?" And he said, "I'm doing good." He said, "I brought you a pretty good one this year." I said, "How's that?" He said, "Well, I brought you one last year. It was a shorthorn." I said, "What was his shorthorn?" Yeah. I said, "How'd he do?" He said, "He was fifth." He said, "I'd like to get up there this year." And not that because you're fourth versus fifth, that isn't it. But I mean, this young man, I just love him to death, and he's going to be in sales because I came down by that side, and he said, "You like him, don't you?" And I mean, and that is classic. And young man, you have a really good steer. And we're not laughing at you. We're just admiring your ability to communicate, your ability to just describe. And if you were to ever be in a marketing contest with your steer, I bet you could market him to anyone in the country because you have that ability. So wonderful job. I love the, you bet. I love the steer's rib. I love his body, but you can see what happens. Stop him, please. You can see what happens when he closes at his pins, tends to drop his pin, and then he just doesn't keep that column of bone right. And so, once again, that's a good steer, but there's 3 or 4 or 5 good steers in this class. Real quickly here, this young lady told me something I've never been told in 40-some years of judging. That's why this class is so amazing. I said, "What in the world happened to him?" And she said, "A grizzly got him." And I mean, that shock just hit me. It was so believable the way she said it. Then she smiled and told me what really did happen. We're judging a steer show, but we're also building youth out here, ladies and gentlemen. Her ability to pull that off and communicate was incredible. That steer is really big-bodied. He's really good. He gets just a nickel deep up front. Doesn't really stay together quite as well when he gets out here on the lead. I really like the lines in the young lady steer going by now. He just doesn't have enough topside spread and center width and dimension. We've got some center width and dimension, topside spread in the next steer. He doesn't come in as comfortably off of that rear leg. The next calf got some top in him, really good in that regard. He just simply needs to have a little softer kind of a spine laid in him. Young man here has a flexible steer. I love his, but in this particular class, he was simply overpowered out here just in terms of hind leg strength and just in terms of muscularity. The final steer that we close, and you can see why this is the deepest class we've had. Here's a steer that's very nice in his lines. He just simply is the flattest of the flattest ribbed of the cattle, and we just need to open that center skeleton up. Great class, some great stories talking with the youth in this class.
Again, we need to go ahead and have all our first and second place black AOBs to report over by the weigh station. From Class 18, first we have Cindy Jenkins from Smithson Valley FFA. In second, Laurel Kelly from DeWitt County 4-H. In third, Coy Tuchek from Donley County 4-H. In fourth, we have Cutter Coates from Andrew County 4-H. Fifth, Caroline Heller from Lexington FFA. Sixth, Victoria Smalley from Idalou FFA. In seventh, Isla Mallory Dodds from McCulloch County 4-H. In eighth, Trilby Holloman from Lampasas FFA. In ninth, we have Josh Mulestein from Kerr County 4-H. And in 10th, Cross Kelso from Marion FFA. Entering the ring now, we have Class 19. The weight range for this class is 1347 to 1399. Again, we need all first and second place black AOBs to meet over by the weigh station.
I'll give this to you if you don't mind. That way I don't drop it and do something.
This is the first call for Class 20. Class 20, start to report to the makeup ring. This is the second call for Class 20. Class 20, start to make your way to the makeup ring.
I know I've said this before, but you look at the steers down here in the final four in this drive, and you realize that this, without a doubt, from a depth of quality standpoint, is the best class that we've had here in the black AOBs. I'm going to start with the young lady stalking footed steer here. Pull him up front, if you would, please. And once again, from a body shape and type standpoint, I really, really love this steer. When he came into the ring, and I studied him and just thought that, to me, he holds his line so true and so good. He's a great footed steer. His angles are right, and he really gives us a very nice profile. You handle him, and he's more than acceptable in terms of freshness as I study him down his top, and you just study that footwork that he has and that body line, and that is really, really good. His chest floor, as it comes back, is maybe as good a chest floor back into his flank as we've seen thus far in our cattle show today. And so from that standpoint, really, really a nice steer. I talked to the exhibitor about the burn from the shampoo there on his hind leg, and it does detract. He's got some of the burn on the bottom side there of his underline too, and it does detract from him, but it doesn't take away from the quality that steer is. And I mean, that body type is hard to duplicate in any breeding program. Nice to see them come to the ring. The steer in second, really excited. She told me, I think she seemed surprised to be in second. If you just study this steer's top, study his rib shape, and study the width out through his hip and there through his pin bones, this guy is really, really good, and he's very dimensional. His bone maybe doesn't match his body width and shape as good as the first steer does, doesn't move quite as comfortably off of either end, but in terms of just when she sets him up, and he handles very, 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 very comfortably in terms of just degree and distribution of subcutaneous fat there, that's a good kind of a steer. In third is a little longer sided steer. I love his length of front end. We can take him on out a little faster now. This steer doesn't have the depth of rear rib and quarter that we have in the first two, and as a result, he's somewhat off in his balance. But boy, that steer handles good, and when you grab his loin and you take him there from there forward on his rib cage. I really liked when the steer came in, the blue roan steer here. I had to pick a little higher in this class. He's not as comfortable off of that left front here this afternoon, but that is a great handling steer. I love where he sits on frame size. He's a naturally, genuinely wide base steer that has the right kind of turn up high. Another good steer here. This young lady's got a great ability to show cattle out here and stick. The steer's a little bit past optimum for me in terms of amount of finish as I just handle him, a little rougher there to the touch. We have a little smoother handling steer coming by us next, but at the same time, he wants to flatten in his rib, narrow in his base. I really compliment this young lady here. She tells me it's her first year showing steers. She's 9 years old and has a real comfort zone out here. That steer needs a little stouter kind of a hind leg and more security with it, but that is a smooth pattern steer that's got some handling quality. The young man going out there now, just a steer that would like to pull his tail head down, give him a shade more bone, and just stouten him up there through his hip and quarter. The stocking footed steer the same. Long pattern, we just need to square him up. The young lady steer that's a brown tinge calf really gets out there in his shoulder and softens in his top line. I like the steer's composition, like the way she shows. Then the first calf in line here that we pulled in was one that of the group, he's the narrowest in his base and just the flattest in his rib. I like the steer's bone. I like his length of stride a great deal. Good class of steers. This will be the number 9, right?
Congratulations to Kennedy Wooten from Llano County 4-H. He wins first place in Class 19. In second, we have Claire Gravel from Hayes County 4-H. In third, we have Parker Gass from O'Donnell FFA. In fourth, Presley Carter from San Patricio County 4-H. In fifth, we have Coy Mercer from Tahoka FFA. In sixth, we have Tristan Longoria from New Braunfels FFA. In seventh, we have Kendall Copeland from Live Oak County 4-H. In eighth, Mitchell Biesenbach from Fredericksburg FFA. In ninth, Rebecca Campos from Westbrook FFA. And in 10th, Haley Rector from Paradise FFA. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 20. This class ranges from 1409 to 1530. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Hulkcat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Hulkcat. We rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas.
It's coming now. I was just commenting to Kayla Rathman out here that, you know, you consider that these steers weigh what they do, and you just think about putting them in a feedlot setting, not knowing obviously their days on feed that they've had, but they're weight, keep their composition and skeleton with them, and then step down on the scales like they do. This is a really remarkable set of cattle out here, and I know many times in a show you'll hear judges say you kind of pass on the heaviest class within the show because they're too big and that we don't need them. And I just want all of you to appreciate these cattle because I really do. In fact, I was telling her that, I'm ornery enough that I'm going to use the heaviest steer within the class, and it'd be the heaviest steer in the Black AOB show here to start with. And to me, this is a remarkable steer to weigh 1,530? 1,530 pounds, and to have that kind of look, that kind of composition, and I mean, you handle him and he handles fresh enough. He has easily more turn in his upper rib than does the steer in second, and he just really comes back into a dimensional square pin set and hip in him, and he drops a nice column of bone. I'd like to give him more strength about his head. He's a little heifer-headed for me. I'd like to just give him a notch more bone relative to his weight, but you go beyond that, and I mean, this steer is pretty remarkable in what he's done. The steer in second, obviously, not only from a weight standpoint, but from a frame size standpoint, probably fits more optimum window in terms of where we want to be in terms of kill value within our industry. But at the same time, this steer has a tremendous amount of muscularity, really expressive. He's a little harsh in his rib there when you handle him, and just a little flatter. I really like, though, the muscle turn that he has over his loin edge. Got the right kind of hip laid in him. Young lady's black steer, and we can bring him on a little faster now. Really one that we appreciate from the standpoint of his rib depth and dimension.
Doing well.
Very much. Appreciate it. I commented here only moments ago. I really like that steer's body shape. He's a little shorter bodied, doesn't maybe get out and go like those first two steers do, but a good kind of cattle. A very lean steer is the white sheet steer coming by next. From the standpoint of his length and high cut ability, just want to give him more body, a little more shape up high. We have the shape up high here in the young lady's solid colored steer here. To me, though, he just doesn't balance up as good through his front end. Wants to be just a little staler about his head and neck. We want to tie that in there a little differently. We got a pair of really big bodied steers, and in my opinion, maybe are a little past their ideal endpoint. The steer going by us now, really big rib, big bodied, wants to be just a little bit shorter up, plainer through his front end. Body proportions really concern me on this steer, as well as composition or cutability, but at the same time, this steer's had the ability to keep his frame size, got some natural body width in him. We've got another good steer here that runs out of muscle behind. He wants to fall out of balance when you study the depth he has through his shoulder there, and we study him out through his hip and quarter. It's a pair of lighter dimension steers close within our class, but at the same time, from a standpoint and really lean to fat ratio, they may be as good as any in our drive in this class, so they just simply ran out of just natural body width and dimension compared to the upper end. Good class of steers here we finish our black AOBs with.
Congratulations to Cressy Strange. She wins our Class 20. In second, we have Zachary Lenz from Travis County 4-H. In third, we have Eric Tollerville from Runnels County 4-H. In fourth, Hunter DeZuick from Atascosa County 4-H. In fifth, Hannah Beeson from Hendrickson FFA. In sixth, Caleb Kaler from Caldwell County 4-H. In seventh, Cole Ferris from Caldwell County 4-H. In eighth, Matthew Nuncio from McCulloch County 4-H. In 9th, we have Grayson Saunders from Hillsborough FFA. And in 10th, Justin Van from Leon County 4-H.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, sir.
We're now about to kick off our champion drive for the Black AOB division.
Mic test. We're good. We're on. Well, this has been a tremendous black AOB show, or whatever you would like to entitle it, and I think it's most appropriate if you put your hands together, if you would, and congratulate these exhibitors and their families for the great for a great set of steers out here. Once again, it's like I told the young man down here with the winner of the first class. You're pretty light, but it's good to be out here. That's the most important thing. Told the young man down here with the heavy steer the same thing. You know, they're really maybe not in contention, and we come up 1, 2, 3. Class 4 is a kind of steer that I want to comment on that we really like. His ability to get out and just cover the surface out here, stay comfortable, and where we lay on muscle and muscle shape and structural width, I think that's really individual within our industry. You know, and you know, do you want your steers to be more shaped, more like some heifers, or do you want these powered up cattle that you know, that have maximum amounts of muscle and push the limits, so to speak, in terms of structural integrity? And so, where you sit on that, I do like that steer's kind, and I like him a great deal, the way he can cover the surface out here. The black and white steer that is behind him in class, just a good solid class winner. Then I like this about him, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, you know, just doesn't have probably that presence and that look. And we get to the Bronco face steer here, and once again, like the calf that wins 4, this steer wins class 6. And in class 6, now we're getting into some heat where we talk about, you know, we're in that weight range where we really need to be looking, in my opinion. And this steer, like the steer that wins class 4, is really, really sound. I study him up front, I study him from behind, and you ask yourself the question, does he have enough of that market cattle strength and that he power that we want in our show steers? And that's a marginal call on my part, that he is so good in so many areas. There is an if there in any judge's mind, you know, if there's enough just muscle power. The skunk top steer here, call him a Pinsgauer for that matter. I'm old enough to know all about Pinsgauers. Once again, the Pinsgauer mark steer. Incredible length of spine, really good length to hip. Has a nice turn. He turned to his hip and quarter, got a really long front end, and his body line, I believe, matches his frame size as you study the body line, you know, underneath him. He's a steer that's a little thicker heighted, a little staler heighted. It's a tough call on my part. I'd sure like to change that in him, but nicely presented by this young lady and really stuck well. You know, and this is some serious, you know, heat out here in terms of this competition. I like that steer. There's the if on height. We get to the next steer that stands behind him that won that class. Once again, you know, this was a powerful steer just in terms of his ability to couple top side and center and lower body cavity, consistent width from top to bottom of his skeleton. The same holds true at his base when he hits the surface in terms of how he stays in terms of base width. There's fresher fronted cattle probably within our drive out here. There's probably fresher handling cattle in terms of just a little fresher in that regard. This steer handles very uniform. He handles very muscular, you know, and you'd like to take away, and I'm not being overcritical, like take away, you know, some of the discoloration due to no fault of the young exhibitors here on his hind leg. And so there's some calls out here. We've got some great steers over here in the seconds in class, particularly those in 7 and 8, 6, 7 and 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 for that matter, and nothing wrong with 9 up there, but those cattle, we're going to bring one of them out here momentarily, and in my mind, they can really, really play for the reserve in this division. Been my pleasure, my honor. I know the afternoon's getting away from us here, but been great working with you. Your champion in this division is going to be the young lady steer right here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kennedy Wooten from Llano County 4-H. She's been named your champion black AOB.
Well, as I said moments ago, these are the three. We bring the star-faced calf out here, and once again, really big-bodied, really good in the upper side of his skeleton. Don't know if he's quite as genuine or proportional in terms of that hind leg bone matching the top side of his body there, in terms of just calling him really superb in that regard, but a steer that really fits in here very, very nicely. I'm staying committed to just soundness and cattle that I can really relate to in this division. And with that being stated, the young lady here with the Bronco face steer is going to be your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And in reserve from Class 6 of our AOB division, Avery Somi from Johnson County 4-H.
Hold on one second. Yeah, 9 a.m.
We'll get kicked back off with our colored AOBs tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.